Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Thanks very much. We are now live. Madam Clerk, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see you all here for our council meeting. We have quorum, so our meeting is going to begin, and I am calling the council meeting to order. And of course, we will start with the national anthem, so please rise. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded to switch off all of your electronic devices to non-audible functions during council meetings. Thanks so much. So we're going to get right into it. We have a heavy agenda today. Thanks everyone for being here, staff and members. Councillor Beatty's joining us online, and all folks who might be watching our council meeting from the comfort of your own home or office. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Horvath. There are 12 added communication items. 5.9 is correspondence from Watson and Associates Economists Limited respecting an assessment of Bill 185, Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act 2024. Recommendation to be received. 5.10 is correspondence from Nicholas Charitsis, Chair of the Justice of the Peace Appointments Advisory Committee respecting a notice of Justice of the Peace vacancies. Recommendation is to be received. 5.11 is correspondence from members of the Pride Hamilton respecting the motion which proposes prohibiting the closure of the pathways at Pier 4 Park during the Pride Hamilton event and replacing the planned fencing with additional security and signage is to be received and referred to the June 20th Emergency and Community Services Committee meeting. 5.12 is correspondence for Dermaluk Kasibi and Tarek Maluhi in opposition to the development and rezoning under ZAC-24-006 and UHOP 24-002. The recommendation is to be received and referred to the consideration of item 1 of the Planning Committee Report 24-008. Item 5.13 is correspondence from Tim Potocek, President of Sonic Union Records, respecting use of the Pier 4 Park during the upcoming Because Beer Craft Beer Festival, July 12th to the 14th, 2024. The recommendation is to be received and referred to the June 20th Emergency and Community Services Committee meeting. 5.14 is correspondence from Aliyah Kareem, Senior Research Officer, QP National Office, urging the City of Hamilton to declare Hamilton as a no-paid plasma zone. Recommendation is to be received and referred to consideration of item 10 of the Public Health Committee Report 24-005. Item 5.15 is correspondence from Greg Dennett, President and CEO, Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, respecting the Stormwater Fee Financial Incentive Program. Recommendations be received and referred to the consideration of Item 1 of the General Issues Committee Report 24-010. There is one motion being withdrawn. 7.8, access to waterfront pathway through Pier 4 Park during special events, Ward 2. There is one added notice of motion, 8.1, amendment to Item 7 of the Emergency and Community Services Report 24-004, respecting Ward 2 Community Grants Food Insecurity Program Q1 and Q2 2024, Ward 2, which was approved by Council on May 22nd, 2024.
Thanks very much. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Any discussion on the agenda as amended? Any discussion, folks? If I could turn the chair over to Councillor Wang momentarily, our Deputy Mayor for the month. I just want to bring your attention to item 510. Oh, I guess I don't do that right now, do I? No, I don't do that right now, sorry. Okay, I just wanted to give folks a bit of an update on that, but I'll do that at the appropriate time, I apologize. So I'll take the chair back, Councillor Wang, and now you know that I'll be sending it back to you at some time very soon in the future. I know you always are. Okay, so no discussion then on the agenda as amended, so we'll then go straight to the vote on the agenda. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's one thing I omitted to let you know, which is that at noon, I'm going to be stepping out for the Walk a Mile in Your Shoes campaign or in their shoes campaign that's out front, YWCA's annual walk. And so I'm going to try to recess us around that time for lunch. So if something looks like it's going to be a very long discussion and we're right on the cusp, we'll take our recess and be out there for noon. Okay? All good? Thank you. So now declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a disqualifying interest in item 6.2. This is a code of conduct report regarding a tweet that I am responsible for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further declarations of interest? Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Mayor. Declared this during GIC, and so just carrying this forward would be item 6.6, General Issues Committee Report 24-010, pertaining to stormwater management incentives. Disqualifying interest as I am the owner of a agricultural farm greenhouse business.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any, Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the GIC report, item 2, Affordable Housing Development Project Stream Evaluation Process, I have a non-disqualifying interest. My husband is the president and CEO of the Hamilton Community Foundation. It is referenced in the report with the $50 million partnership money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Okay, the speakers list is now exhausted. And don't mind me, folks, I have to, I can't look there anymore because it's not there, it's over here. So I'm getting used to the new, environment, if you will. So appreciate your sensitivity in that regard. So there are no further speakers. Those who have noted a disqualifying interest, please ensure that when it's time to vote on the matter, you vote abstain, and your disqualifying interest will be noted correctly in the council minutes. Those who have noted a non-disqualifying interest will participate impartially in the decision-making processes related to the matter. There are no ceremonial activities, so we're then on to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, 4.1, which is May 22nd, 2024. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 22nd, 2024 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Any discussion on the minutes? Councillor Beattie, please. Go ahead, Councillor Beatty.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I think that is an old
It's
listing. I do
Okay.
want to speak on item 5.4 when we get to communications, but I don't have
Or
anything
in
to
the
add to
water
this.
there, or in the water. Okay, no problem. We'll leave you up there then. How's that?
Sure.
Okay, so other than Councillor Beatty then, which is on the screen but not in fact the case, any further speakers? I don't see any. So can we go to the vote? Moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Spatafora on the minutes. Thank you. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Now we're on to communications. Councillor Wang, may I have the motion on the communications items, please?
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson on the communication items. That Council Communications 5.1 to 5.15 be approved as and presented as follows.
Okay, thanks very much. So speakers on the correspondence, we'll start with Councillor Beatty and then we'll go on from there. Councillor Beatty on 5.4, I think you said?
Exactly. Thank you, Mayor. And through you, enthusiastically supportive of council endorsing this for the benefit of those watching and perhaps those sitting around the horseshoe. Many may not know, some may know, that the GO train yard that serves all of the current and future expansion for Hamilton and Niagara is actually located in Ward 10 in Winona at Lewis Road, near the future planned Arvin Avenue expansion area. So any expansion that happens into the Niagara region is going to directly impact in many different ways the Ward 10 community and Hamilton as a whole. Keeping in mind, of course, that any expansion of GO service into the Niagara region has to go through Hamilton first. So expanded GO service benefits both our West Harbor and soon to be open Confederation stations. So it's very good for Hamilton, good for Stony Creek. But to be very specific, Mayor, now that we've expanded the HSR into the Winona area, and something that I've been working already with Director Cousin Heath on is making that next step, that last mile connection, if you will, and connecting our system with both the GO system at Casablanca Boulevard, soon to be the home of a GO train station, currently the home of a GO bus connection, and eventually, Mayor, connecting with Niagara Region Transit, the NRT. And I can't tell you how many people from outside our borders in Grimsby and Niagara region have actually reached out to my office to see how do we get that connection. And so the expansion of full-time two-way train service is a big part of that. So long story short, Mayor, very excited to endorse this, and I suspect that my colleagues in Ward 5 and Ward 4, who are also enthusiastic about GO train expansion, that the three of us might be bringing forward in a future meeting a motion to give some direction to staff to engage with both GO and NRT and try to make those connections possible. Mayor, without these regional transit connections, many parts of our city are going to remain entirely dependent on personal automobiles to get to and from the GTHA. And I know that we all want to offer better options for those folks who have no other way to get to work but the car. And this is going to be a big part of that. And also, lastly, Mayor, if there's anyone from the Niagara region or Grimsby watching, please call me. Let's work together on this. And very excited to see momentum on this file, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. We have a number of other speakers. I just want to remind folks that we had discussed the change in the way that we do the correspondence so that we're lining them up by numerically and that we're taking those comments from each councillor number by number. So that was my bad that I jumped ahead of the queue with Councillor Beatty, but he was on the ball and so eager that that's my error. But good comments there, Councillor Beatty. Thanks very much. We are now going to kind of go a little bit backwards, which is to item 5.2. We have a couple of speakers on 5.2, starting with Alex Wilson and then Maureen Wilson. Alex Wilson, Councillor, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just proposing that we, instead of receiving this, also endorse our neighbor in Halton's report. It's asking that the province of Ontario increase funding for the Niagara Escarpment Commission to immediately hire and train more compliance officers to investigate the backlog of complaints and violations that have been filed in the area, together with the staff needed to support those appointments, and that those be made in a timely manner. Our office is certainly working with neighbors, constituents who are exploring whether or not an enforcement complaint is right for them, whereas in other areas of the city, our staff might look into these complaints, whether it's our building staff or our forestry staff. Within the Niagara Escarpment Commission area, regulated area, it's NEC staff that do that enforcement. If they're not appropriately resourced to do that enforcement, that can create a disparity in service levels between our services and their services, and leaves residents wondering, what's going on if I lived on the other side of a line, would this be happening, and those types of questions. Let's raise those service levels that our neighbors in Halton are asking for. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just to echo Councillor Wilson's remarks. Thank you.
Okay, so then switching that to being received to being endorsed, is there any challenge that folks have with that? With an agreement more or less for that to happen? Okay, so I don't know that we need a formal motion. I think we'll go ahead and endorse that action. So thank you for that, Councillors Wilson. So now on to item 5.9. Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Horvath. 5.9 is correspondence from Watson and Associates regarding Bill 185, which has now come into effect. So just a quick question for GM Zagaric, because one of the changes in the correspondence, item 2, is the removal of mandatory phase-in of DC exemptions, which we had prepared to deal with. That is no longer part of legislation. Bill 185 has removed it. However, it was only for DC bylaws passed after Bill 185 came into effect. And as I understand it, ours came into effect, our new DC bylaw came into effect just before. So the question to GM Zagaric is, how are we managing that? And are there any next steps for this council to take to ensure that we are not, or that we get the benefit of the removed exemptions?
Thanks very much, Councillor Kassar. GM Zagaric, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. As staff were preparing the DC bylaw, we were anticipating the potential royal assent of Bill 185, and therefore we had incorporated some recommendations into the bylaw to address some of the Bill 185 impacts. So I will highlight what was addressed through the bylaw and what would remain as subsequent actions outside of the bylaw that Council approved about a month ago. So with respect to Bill 185, the re-inclusion of studies would require the reopening of the DC bylaw, but specific to growth studies. It wouldn't be reopening the entirety of the DC bylaw, but it would be reopening the development charge bylaw to allow the inclusion, which was the case prior to Bill 23, the inclusion of growth-related studies. With respect to the elimination of the mandatory 5-year phase-in, staff did build into the bylaw that if Bill 185 received royal assent, that the phase-in will not apply with respect to the section of the city's development charge bylaw. So in anticipation of the potential of royal assent to Bill 185, that was built directly into the city's bylaw, and therefore that does not require council to take any further action. Staff will simply not apply the mandatory DC exemptions. With respect to the decreased site plan and zoning bylaw amendment, lock-in period from 2 years to 18 years, similar to the mandatory DC exemptions, staff worked to ensure that the 2024 DC bylaw included the Bill 185 potential amendment, lowering or amending the lock-in from 2 years to 18 years. So that too immediately takes effect in our bylaw and does not require any further action by council. So the one issue that will require some further action is the re-inclusion of growth-related studies.
Yeah, thank you for that response. And Mayor, through you, thank you to staff for the foresight on dealing with the anticipated DC exemption removal. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kassar. Next, we have Councillor Danko on items 5.1 and 5.13. So please go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5.11 is correspondence from numerous individuals involved with Pride Hamilton. And 5.13 is correspondence from Tim Posetic from Sonic Union regarding the use of Bayfront Park. These are obviously very important community partners in hosting key festivals and tourist attractions in our city that are
Sorry, point of order.
significant.
These have been withdrawn and added to the agenda for ECS. They're not on the agenda anymore, according to the,
Correspondence is on the agenda, but the discussion of the correspondence will be referred to the committee on ESC on June 20th.
Yes. So
So that's the, what we, this correspondence will be dealt with at that time. It doesn't say, oh, yes, it does. It says, let me just see here. Does it, yeah, it does indicate that we are sending these to another committee for discussion, be received and referred to the 2024 ESC committee meeting.
So I have a question about that.
Okay, a question about that? Go ahead.
So these are community organizations that are obviously very upset about being excluded from the discussions. So my question is, will they be asked or invited to delegate at that ECS committee along with their written correspondence?
Thanks for that, Councillor Danko. Clerk Pilon, please.
Through the mayor, yes, they have been provided with the request to speak form, and they are filling them out.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Appreciate that. We're now on, so that's for those two items. Councillor Jackson, I'm sorry. Okay, sure.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Horvath. Good morning. I hope nobody's trying to curtail any questionings being asked here, which are legitimate. I have a question procedurally through you to Acting Clerk Pilon. Why are they being referred to ECS? Because parks fall under Public Works. It could be a wide open discussion at GIC, and it's being referred to ECS. I know Recreation with permitting reports to ECS. So just curious, Mayor Horvath, through you, why all the matters, including the withdrawn motion, decided to be sent to ECS?
Thanks.
That's my question.
No,
Thank you.
thanks, Councillor Jackson. Clerk Pilon?
Through the mayor, ENCS staff were involved in the preparation of the motion that these matters were responding to. Chris Herstick may be able to provide more clarity on that.
Thanks very much. Please go ahead, Director Herstick.
Chris Herstick, Acting General Manager of Community Services through the Chair. The Special Events Advisory Team reports up through Recreation. We thought ECS was the most appropriate committee to bring these forward.
Acting General Manager Herstick and Acting Clerk Pilon, Mayor Horvath, I'm satisfied with both their answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So seeing there are no further speakers on the correspondence, I am going to turn over the chair to, Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. I was going to raise this a little later, but since it is a piece of correspondence, I'll raise it, speak to it now. The Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs has seen it or felt it necessary to write a new note to Council in which, in part, she laments that she was disappointed to learn that your municipality may have mistaken my statements as support. She then goes on to be quite explicit about what her request was. I only flagged that because, as I recall, the consultant suggested that the minister was in support of the report that came to us. That was contrary to what the president of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture shared based on his discussions, which I suspect may have precipitated the letter. So I just want to flag that, and that is an important clarification, I think, from the minister.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see any further speakers at this point then on the correspondence, so I'll turn it over to Councillor Wang just for a brief moment. We received in my office, again, not corporately, but to my office, the notification from MAG, the Ministry of the Attorney General, around the vacancies for the justices of the peace. So we sent it duly to the clerk's office. So thank you for putting it on the official correspondence. And I just wanted to let members of council know that my staff are going to work with GR staff and do some outreach and provide this information to community-based organizations and groups in our community. So if there are folks that you want to make sure we are sharing this with in our broad distribution of it, please let us know and we'll include that in our efforts. Okay? So thanks very much. On that note, then I'll take back the chair, Councillor Wang, and we will go on to the vote on the correspondence. That was moved by Councillor Wang, or the communications, moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Jackson. The vote is up. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We are now into the motion for moving into committee of the whole. Councillor Wang, may I have a motion to move into committee of the whole, please?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ted McMeekin that council move into committee of the whole for consideration of the committee reports.
Okay, thanks very much. Can we have the vote, please? And that carries 15-0. So committee report 6.1, Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 24-003, May 21st, 2024. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report?
Of course, Mayor Horvath, it's moved by me, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Tattison, that Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 24-003, being the meeting held on Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Any speakers in the queue on this one? I don't see anybody. So we'll go then directly to the vote. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. 6.2, City of Hamilton Integrity Commissioner's Report regarding private complaint. Re Councillor Danko tweet, re DGB Hamilton ICI or 1C1 2024-01, May 27th, 2024. May I please have a motion to receive the Integrity Commissioner Report, moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on the report? Councillor Pilon, or sorry, Clerk Pilon? I don't know if that's a demotion or a promotion.
Mayor Horvath, David Bogosian is here if anyone has any questions.
Okay. Councillors, well, I'm waiting for people to show up on the speakers list here. So are there people, I don't see anybody showing up on the official speakers list, so I don't know, I think Councillor Clarech is looking like he's wanting to say something, but he hasn't shown up at this point. Okay, so there we go. Councillor Clarech, please go ahead.
Thanks. My only question is about the bullet at the top of page 9 of the report. I've already had a chance to read the report and understand the recommendation, understand that the Integrity Commissioner is not recommending a penalty. I get it all. My only question of clarification is around that bullet point at the top of page 9, which refers to the complainant's motivations. I just wonder if you could explain why the statement was necessary. I understand, having read the report, that when you reached out to the complainant, there was a certain amount of time you provided. I think it was something like 10 days. And you said that the complainant didn't reply in that time. I understand all that. Since that time, I think the complainant has made their thoughts known. Regardless, what was the necessity for that statement? I haven't seen previous integrity commissioners opine in that way about a complainant's motivations for things or that kind of thing. So I was just frankly surprised by that. So I wondered if you could speak to it.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Integrity Commissioner Bogosian, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I felt it was relevant to the issue of penalty, and that's the only reason it was included in the report. I thought it was fair comment based on the fact that the complainant retweeted the offending tweet on a number of occasions with self-serving commentary. It was duly noted by the respondent that her tweets retweeting the original tweet received views in the order of 10 times higher than the original tweet that was deleted within 2 hours of being posted. So again, I thought it was relevant to penalty, and I thought it flowed inferentially from what I've just said about the retweeting and the commentary that went with the retweets.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch?
Thanks for that explanation. I appreciate it. A follow-up question for you, and then something else I want to add as a comment, and the notice of a motion I'm bringing. So you said that, I guess the language you used was trading off, and so that implies to me that the person is benefiting in some way from having done this activity. Do you see a distinction here between someone wanting to make sure that they know, that the public knows what's going on, just making sure that this issue has attention, versus this trade-off they're getting or benefiting from? That's the distinction I'm trying to understand here, because the comment you made was that there was a benefit here. Not having spoken to the person themselves, I just wondered where that came from. Like, again, that's the part I'm confused about, so I should have been more specific. My apologies.
Thank you, Councillor. Integrity Commissioner Bogosian?
Thank you. Again, I've set out all the facts in the report that I relied on, including the history of the tweeting and retweeting. I don't know why one would retweet a tweet that they found offensive if there wasn't some motive, gain motive in doing so. And I guess that's where that comes from.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Councillor
I
Kretsch?
don't have any more questions. Just want to say something for the public record on this report, and then I have a motion I'm bringing forward. Respectfully disagree. I understand, your comments, and you're welcome to those comments. For the public record, want to say that lots of times queer and trans folks are retweeting or doing these kinds of things to draw attention to matters, to have an opportunity to raise their voice on a subject, to make it clear to other people what's happening, to let people know that are following them what's happening. Sometimes these things don't make it to everybody, and that's one of the ways that social media works, is it allows you to convey a message to your platform by retweeting it and sharing it, so the original context is known. So from my perspective, where I sit, it's not so cut and dry. You're certainly entitled to your opinion and the facts you've laid out in the case. You're the integrity commissioner, I'm not, but I wanted that on the public record that I don't agree. I do agree, however, with the recommendations that were put forward at the end of this. It says we don't have social media policies right now, and I understand that that's been a source of some angst for people because they're not included in our code of conduct. Meanwhile, you look at other codes of conduct and they're there, and it's 2024. Social media has been around for a minute. So when it's the appropriate moment, and the clerk will give me the appropriate moment eyes, I hope, to let me know, I have a motion just saying that we put that as part of our code of conduct. And the integrity commissioner and I have worked on the language of it. I asked, hey, is this exactly the language that you want to be included? The integrity commissioner said, actually, I could refine that language a little bit. And so that's been brought forward as a motion. I'll need a seconder when that happens. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. My question is to the Integrity Commissioner, and through you. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate for us on why you included Ms. Vermillion's comments, and would it be appropriate to not receive those comments as a part of the report? Thank you.
Integrity Commissioner Bogosian.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what comments are being referred to.
apologies. The comments, through you, Mayor, the comments in the report here, throughout the report that are in the tweets and a part of the entire report.
Why did I include those? I included them for the sake of a complete record.
I appreciate the clarification, and I'm satisfied with that. I know that should be included, and prepared to accept the report as written and without any motions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis, and I could have the clerk confirm that it's not the role of this body to amend a report being put forward by the Integrity Commissioner. The report is provided by the Integrity Commissioner. Our role is to receive the report. Can I confirm that that's the case, Clerk Pilon?
Through the mayor, yes, that is confirmed.
Okay, thanks very much. See no further speakers on this item. Sal, am I correct? Okay, so then anything else on the balance of this report? I don't see anything, so we'll go ahead to receive the report with thanks to the Integrity Commissioner. And that carries 14-1. Thanks very much. Oh, I'm sorry.
It would.
With one abstention. Sorry,
Yes.
that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's Councillor Danko's abstention. Apologize. And we're on to 6.3, which is Public Health Committee Report 24-005, June 3rd, 2024. Oh,
Mayor Horvath, there's the motion that Councillor Cretch wants to put forward regarding the suggestion from the Integrity Commissioner on the Code of Conduct, an amendment. It's in,
okay, so we can't amend the report. Motions come under motions, so I'm a bit confused as to what's going on.
he is just following through on the last part of the IC report, where the IC is suggesting that social media section be applied to the bylaw. So Councillor Cretch has a motion to direct staff to prepare the amendment.
Okay, then I still believe that that should be in motions as opposed to, I mean, my understanding is that it's a motion, I get it that's a motion for this report. I don't know why it's not under motions though, so maybe you can explain that part to me.
Okay, that's fine. We can move it to item 7, I think it's 711. No, 710. We'll
Okay,
make it
I would
710.
appreciate that. I think it belongs under motions like all other motions,
Okay.
as is our habit here or our process, and so I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you. You'll remind when the time comes? Thanks. Okay, on to 6.3, please. Public Health Committee Report 24-005, June 3rd, 2024. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Health Committee report?
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Taddison that the Public Health Committee Report 24-005, being the meeting held on Monday, June 3rd of this year, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Speakers on the Public Health Committee Report 24-005, please. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Could I just ask for a separate vote on item 6? This is the extreme heat strategy with the free air conditioner subsidy.
Okay, we'll separate that out.
And if I could just a brief comment on that. I just want to be clear that I'm not opposed to this program in particular, My opposition is because of the way that it was brought forward, that I believe was inappropriate. And because of how it was done, I don't believe that I have the information that I need in order to reach an informed opinion. So for those reasons, I will be voting opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Danko. I don't see anybody further on the list. No? Okay. We'll go to the vote then. We start with item 6, separated out. So on item 6, that carries 12-3. And then on the balance of the report, please. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. On to item 6.4, Public Works Committee Report 24-007, June 3rd, 2024. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Alex Wilson that the Public Works Committee Report 24-007, being the meeting held on Monday, June 3rd, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Please indicate to the clerks. Seeing none, we'll then go to the vote on 6.4. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Planning Committee Report 24-008, June 4th, 2024. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee report?
You may. It's moved by me, seconded by First Vice Chair, Councillor Maureen Wilson. That Planning Committee Report 24-008, being the meeting held on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any folks that would like to speak to this matter? I think Councillor Tattison has an amendment to item 3.1, which is a referral back to staff on the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 24-004, recommendation to designate 1320 Woodburn Road, Glanbrook, Edmonds House, under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, PED 24-090, Ward 11. So, Councillor Tattison, did you want to introduce your amendment?
Hi, this is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Matt Francis, whereas the property located at 1320 Woodburn Road, Glanbrook, is a candidate for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and is on the council-directed high priority list for review for designation by January 1st, 2025. Whereas the property at 1320 Woodburn Road, Glanbrook, is not under any perceived threat of demolition or significant alteration that would require its immediate protection through designation. And whereas there are concerns regarding the designation pre-consultation process and more fulsome consultation between staff, the property owners, and the Ward 11 councillor on the recommendation to designate would be prudent. Therefore, be it resolved that item 3.1, respecting the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 24-004, recommendation to designate 1320 Woodburn Road, Glanbrook, the Edmonds House, under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act of Planning Committee, Report 24-008, be amended as follows. Recommendation to designate 1320 Woodburn Road, Glanbrook, under Part of Ontario Heritage Act, Ward 11, item 8.1, that the motion recommending the designation of 1320 Woodburn Road, Glanbrook, under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act be referred back to staff to allow for more fulsome consultation with the property owners and the Ward 11 councillor, and B, that staff report back to the Planning Committee by January 1st, 2025.
Thanks very much. Councillor Tattison, did you want to speak to your motion?
Well, I think the motion is self-explanatory and that referring this item to the Heritage staff for more consultation is appropriate at this time. And I believe Heritage staff is prepared to make some comments to staff regarding their position on this matter if they'd like to comment.
Thanks very much. Any comment from staff?
I think Director Coit.
Director Coit, please.
Through the chair, Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. We have had discussions with the councillor and reviewed the initial consultation and concur that there is an opportunity for further discussion.
Okay, thanks very much. Anything further, Councillor Tattison?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any further speakers on this? Councillor Cretch, please.
Thanks, and thanks to Councillor Tattison for reaching out. There's been a series of delegations on this subject from the property owners who have said from the get that they don't really understand the process. We're trying to navigate their way through it, and so found their way to this resolution, which I think makes sense. When this came to the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, the only reason at that time that was given through the public delegation was that they were concerned about possibly property values or things like that related to designation. Over time, they've been able to have a more fulsome discussion with everybody about their other concerns. And no one at the Municipal Heritage Committee was overly concerned either way from what I could tell. So I think this is totally fine in keeping with what we decided at the meeting. We hadn't received a significant reason at that time. Had we received a significant reason, I'm sure we would have taken up the alternative direction. So just supportive of this, it's fine. Just want to let everybody know who may be concerned about the process from the get-go.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any further speakers on this matter. So we will then go to the amending motion from Councillor Tattison. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Any further discussion on this report? Not seeing any further discussion, so then we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to General Issues Committee Report 24-010, June 5th, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan, that General Issues Committee Report 24-010, being the meeting held on Wednesday, June the 5th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Speakers, we have Councillor McMeekin. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. You would be shocked if I didn't speak to this, I'm sure, but given the intrigue and the good work to date and some work that, in my humble opinion, needs to continue to be done before we finalize this, I'd like to separate out item 1 for a separate vote, and if we agree to do that, then I'll speak to it.
Yeah, it needs to be done anyways because of Councillor Beatty's declaration of interest. And so because of that declaration on item 1 respecting the Stormwater Fee Financial Incentives Program, we will be voting on it separately because we have to identify Councillor Beatty. So it will be done.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak to it further?
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's the speakers list is open. You're the first one on it. If you wanted to speak to the separating out of that item, that's your prerogative. And then we'll go on to the remainder of the speakers list.
It's going to be separated out anyway.
Yes, it will be separated out.
So should I speak to that? Should I speak to that now?
I think that you should be speaking to it now.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
No problem.
As my kid's book says, even papas make mistakes. Right? I want to register my opposition to what we did for several very concrete reasons. I note the Chamber of Commerce has also written to us about some concerns they had around the process, and I won't say those concerns were predictable, but they didn't surprise me. The Minister of Ag, Food and Rural Affairs took the time to send a correcting note. Again, I know it went to you, Madam Mayor, rather than the clerk, but that's another sidebar that we're dealing with, indicating her being in favor of a specific exemption for working farms. There's some general concern out in large part of that 72% of our community that is designated as rural, in most cases, many cases agricultural, particularly for homes that don't have any piped water and on our septic system and no, therefore, access to any kind of stormwater system, about the principles being met of simplicity, fairness, equity, and justification. You may recall, Your Worship, that I made a couple of suggestions that given that we had delayed the implementation of this fee until April 1st, I know that that's April Fool's Day, as an aside, of 2026, and that would therefore buy us more time to sort out the credit and appeal system and to seek some further clarification from the minister. I understand through one of my grapevine sources that that may be something the province is going to reconsider or consider separately and advise municipalities of anyways. There was also the concept of the compromise of a hybrid proposal for those that are not on any piped water or sewer system. So for those reasons, I need to go on record as one who helped make the argument that we needed to take more time to consult. Having done that consultation, got some good advice, which fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, was not addressed. So that's my statement, and so I'll go on record on the vote opposed to this in its entirety, sadly, because I think there's a lot of good work that has been done.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. On the same item one, I think I'll be able to speak more slowly and in a measured way. Last week, Deputy Mayor Huang, she would have been a great party whip up in Ottawa. Anyways, and I say that respectfully. Anyways, similarly, Mayor Horvath, just very briefly, I'm going to be opposed to the Stormwater Fee Financial Incentives Program, dubbed the rain tax. Years ago, I was on board looking at the conceptual aspect of the rain tax, mostly going after large industrial, corporate, mall properties with massive paved lots. That was the focus, the target. Some way, somehow, over the last couple of years, this has morphed into now the everyday homeowner's driveway in the residential community and the rural and agricultural community as well. And so just for those reasons, on principle, I know that it's evolved into now a credit system that hopefully, fingers crossed, will be a wash in terms of if there's a charge up front, the credit should hopefully cover, if not all, close to all of it. I've seen those type of credit systems before, and they're a hope and a prayer that people are not in an unfavorable position. And quite frankly, Mayor Horvath, maybe many people ask me about a credit system and a new revenue, which this will be a new revenue tax for the corporation. They say, Councillor, if it's revenue neutral or cost neutral or a wash, why even need the tax in the first place? And that's a difficult question, quite frankly, to explain and answer to taxpayers. So for those reasons, and again, Mayor Horvath, just in principle, because this has gone well beyond what I thought the original intended target was for the new stormwater fee, I'm going to be continuously opposed to it. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Danko, then we have Councillor Kassar, Councillor Taddison, and Councillor A. Wilson, just so folks know what's on the docket. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to jinx the vote, but I do have a bit of a list of thank yous here. This has been a bit of an odyssey for me going back to the beginning of last term. And I just picked up the ball, for work that had been begun far before that. So first of all, I just want to thank Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Nan for their steadfast support for this program last term, the many discussions that we've had about it. In particular, Councillor Maureen Wilson for her insight in infrastructure and the importance of municipalities actually facing the infrastructure challenges that we have and the necessity for us to do that work. And I think that was highlighted by, of course, the Chinook Creek spill, which was, in Ward 1. I want to thank Councillor Jackson and Councillor Clark for their work over the past term on improving stormwater quality throughout Hamilton. Councillor Jackson for being a champion for additional staff to implement maintenance programs, and Councillor Clark for his work to ensure that our outfalls are monitored publicly and that are reported so that people know when there is a water quality issue due to stormwater, that the public are aware of that. I have a big list of thank yous to our staff, starting with our Director of Water, Nick Winters, and Director of Finance, Brian McMullen, but also Katie Black, who is the Senior Financial Analyst and Project Manager, John Savoy from the billing department, because this is very complex, has to be added to water bills. Nancy Hill from ACOM, the consulting firm, who I thought just did an amazing job presenting and also being one of the lead consultants and engineers on this project. Jacqueline Durlov through communications, Larry Tansley in the city solicitor's office, and of course Carrie Vanderperk, also with the water department, her invaluable insight into stormwater management system, but also the natural storm systems throughout the city. And then there's also a steering committee that involved General Manager Zagaric, General Manager Can, Carrie Vanderperk as well, along with Director Linda Lukasic, Shane McCauley, Tony Sergi, and of course, Director McMullen and Director Winters. So my true, sincere appreciation for the many years of work that went into this from our staff to finally get this final piece of the puzzle, I hope, over the finish line. Also, a particular thank you to Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Craig Kassar, who at the beginning of this term, believe in a responsible stormwater management system, took on this issue in representing wards with a true challenge, representing both urban, suburban, and rural areas, and being intimately involved in discussions and consultations, which I think it's fair to say were extremely difficult. And I just want to say I genuinely appreciate their leadership on this issue. And the fruits of that leadership is they are responsible for what is a 97% reduction in the rate that would be charged to rural residents. So I think that is a real tangible achievement that they should be recognized for. So thank you. Councillor Francis and Councillor Spatafora for always looking out for that residential taxpayer in the discussions that we've had. The importance of this program being as close to revenue neutral for that residential taxpayer, I think was of primary importance for them. So, I want to thank them for their outstanding leadership in advocacy for those residential taxpayers that will now see stormwater come off of their rate bill and be added on as a dedicated fee, which will be fairly close to revenue neutral for the average residential taxpayer. And then finally, Mayor, a big thank you to you. I thought your leadership on this issue has been outstanding. Your support when this was passed at committee was very much appreciated. And I think, again, similar to Councillor Kassar and Councillor Francis, you being a representative of the entire city, sometimes it's not easy to make those decisions that, may be seen unfavorable in some areas, but in the bigger picture, taking on that responsibility to lead with integrity. So those are my appreciations. Obviously, I'm in favor, and I'm looking forward to us being able to move past this discussion about a stormwater management fee or rain tax or whatever you want to call it, and actually being able to move on to improving and managing our stormwater infrastructure citywide so that we have the most healthy watershed in all of Ontario and all of Canada, and that some of those legacy issues that we as an old city have been dealing with and will continue to deal with, we're actually able to address those fundamental problems through a stable, reliable funding source that, is
Councillor Danko, can you
capable,
start to wrap up, please?
capable of addressing the future needs of our city. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Danko. Since most of your remarks were thanking other people, I thought it appropriate to give you that little bit of extra time. So thanks for that. Councillor Kassar, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. And thanks, Councillor Danko, for the acknowledgement. My ward is suburban and rural and agricultural. And I am supporting the incentive program and supporting stormwater fee structure in general, which we actually approved last year. So I just wanted to share the rationale why for my colleagues and for constituents. As I hope you appreciate, I always look at things thoroughly and make decisions based on facts. So just wanted to share some facts that have guided my decision in this case. For the fee structure, which was approved last year, there was options to continue with funding stormwater based on water usage, which does not provide the necessary reliable funding that we need to manage our stormwater infrastructure going forward. Another option put out was just use tax assessment, which is a very antiquated way of doing it and would not be fair or reliable. We could look at property size, which would also have a lot of problems. So the decision we made, as recommended by consultants and staff, was to look at impermeable surface as have a base unit and use that to then determine how we charge for stormwater fee, roughly based on how users are impacting the infrastructure. Is it perfect? No, but it's logical, it is sustainable, and it is fair. So that brings us to then the incentives, which is what we're actually improving today in the incentive structure. Yes, for agricultural and rural folks, this is a change. It's a change for all of us, but there's been a lot of dialogue with agricultural community. And initially, the proposal was to allow a 50% credit or incentive for agricultural properties, which I think we all agreed would not make sense. It could be tens of thousands of dollars charged for an agricultural operation. And I know that we all support our agricultural industry and farmers, and we want to ensure that they are able to carry on sustainable businesses. So I did bring forth a motion, as I mentioned, at GIC, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that everyone here supported, both rural and urban, to look at better incentives that are more fair for the agricultural community. What staff came back with was up to a 97% credit for agricultural properties, which reduces those tens of thousands down to a much smaller number. And is it perfect at the individual property level? No, and I don't think it's realistic to expect that anything is going to be perfect. The request, of course, was for a full exemption for all rural and agricultural properties. And the reason I didn't support that is because there are hard costs in our rural communities. I asked Director Winters last week, and he said $2.6 million in direct costs. And right now, the revenues are about $1.5 million, and it'll be somewhere maybe a little bit north of that with this new structure. So we're not asking anybody in the rural community to pay more than there is direct benefit or direct spending in the rural area. So making decisions based on facts, I think it is fair. It is a change, yes, but I think it's important for the community to understand why we're making this decision. It does not fit perfectly with the amount of water runoff from a property. I don't think that is the expectation, but there is water runoff from roads, which need to be managed, and ditches and culverts. And that is an important part of quality of life for our residents and for ensuring our agricultural businesses can get product to market. So I understand that not everyone is happy with this. I don't think there was any decision that we can make here that would make everyone happy, but I do believe it addresses the guiding principles of being fair and equitable. So referencing back to the costs and input and tax revenue I mentioned earlier, to be climate resilient, environmentally sustainable, affordable, and financially sustainable. I mean, that's the big one here, why we're doing this. And it is justifiable and also simple. A lot of the other ways we could do this would not be simple. The whole matrix is publicly available. That was shared as part of this decision-making process overall. So to wrap up, Mayor Horvath, I know everyone doesn't agree with the decision. I don't think there's any way everyone would, but I think we're making the right choice based on the facts that we have and the tools that are available to us. So I would also echo the thanks to staff for all the work that's been done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Tattison, please go ahead.
Thank you to all for this. I'm not against the concept that we all benefit from a built system. My opposition is what's fair and equitable. I can't understand, for the life of me, rural residents paying 17% for a system that people that are on the built system would pay 100% for individually. So it's $170 that we're asking rural residents to pay, and they're not going to receive any improvements in service or any benefits from that. So that's my take on it. I know there's disputes with revenue. What revenue was included in those original computations? So I'm just going to leave it at that and say that there are other revenues that come from the rural area that were not included. Again, we have subcommittees, and we should listen to those subcommittees. They bring wealth. They bring a wealth of experience. One of my issues with this was that we pushed this through without hearing from the Ag and Rural Committee in the first place. And had we have done that, it would have only delayed it a couple of weeks. But we chose to go forward on that despite some disagreements. I think we could have probably, had their insight, and we could have smoothed this out a lot earlier and a lot sooner without some of the tensions that it did create out in the rural areas. Again, originally this was supposed to be the Walmart parking lot tax. That's what I believed I was signing up for back in November. In June, we voted on something, it kind of passed. It was stated it was going to be revenue neutral. I don't see how $170 extra a year for a rural resident is revenue neutral, especially with those people that are on the built system are going to see a decrease. I think we could have done something differently to balance that out a little bit more. So again, I'm not against the concept that we all benefit from a built system. When I drive to a hospital in the middle of a rainstorm, I don't want to drive into a flooding parking lot with my wife pregnant who needs to get in there. So I understand that. It's for me, it's just what's fair and equitable based on the benefits that you receive. So I don't believe that again, the $170 per rural resident, I'm against that. I'm also looking at, we value farmers. We value farmland. We fight for farmland, but we didn't really fight for the farm operation here in order to make them more sustainable and as sustainable because they're competing against the world. And they're competing, and our farmers are competing against farmers in outside jurisdictions as well. So if they can bring their product cheaper or with less expenses, they're going to benefit more. So I'm always, and again, every time we put something into the farming system where they can't benefit from it, it takes away from the incentive to run farms. And we know what happens to farms that go on the market. They become the ownership of developers, and developers, for me, the most dangerous thing for farmland is, for it to be owned by a developer, because again, things come at us and changes happen. So for me, I'm going to be against this. I actually am okay with section 1. It's section 2 that I'm against. So I'll be voting against this in principle. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of comments. I think having difficult conversation is the job. Well, I appreciate that. Like, we all do that in our wards, I would hope, whenever any issue comes up that impacts. Like, we all have those town halls. We all engage. And I think to expect that in a community that was knitted together the way ours was, unconsensually in many ways, re-amalgamation, like, those feelings still run deep. And I think that's really important to think about our context. I know in Ward 13, we have many different types of agricultural operators. And I do think about the folks who, when we were out knocking on doors during the campaign, sell their garlic, and they're already just getting by on the tax credit from the small farms, and any adjustments, whether it's a property tax increase, whether that's new user fees, whatever it is. People are feeling that cost of living crunch, and we talk about that in every budget cycle as well. We also have larger scale operations and very profitable farms in our community as well. And so I think, for me, I think a lot about this context that folks are finding themselves in this discussion with. And one of the best things that we can do is, in my opinion, as Councillor Cassar pointed out, is always pivot back to those facts. I think it's a realistic need that farmers across Ontario need help. That does not happen necessarily within a fee structure for stormwater asset management, because our stormwater system also needs help. But I think we do have more to do in partnering with our agricultural community and addressing their concerns at the province and looking what we can do here. Like, this is not the end of that conversation. And I think for this term of council, certainly a fictitious start to a relationship, but that does not mean it's the end of the relationship. And I know I'm seeing Councillor Cassar nod as well. Like, there's a commitment to continuing that work, and I think finding that support that we know is needed. Absolutely. I don't think there's any denying that here. We also need a stormwater system that makes sense, and others have spoken about that. The only thing I just want to say is, I think having difficult conversations are the job, but they're made needlessly harder when we don't hold ourselves to account with the information that we have in these reports. At no point has this ever been a rain tax. It never will be a rain tax. It's not a tax. It's a user fee. It changes where it's funded from. It changes how people receive it. And I'll just share that a lot of these conversations and bring people together, because there's this history of mistrust, frankly, at upper levels of government, particularly in our rural areas, where they have been steamrolled in many, many ways by higher levels of government, or feelings of steamrolling by City Hall in the past. We need to be able to have a new relationship and set a new tone. And to me, again, that starts with the facts. So I know I have lots of office hours coming up tomorrow with lots of more conversations. I'm sure that'll continue all throughout the summer. Supportive of the program today, thankful for the staff's work that went into it, and just hope that as we keep having difficult conversations, we can always, have those on a basis of facts and still disagree at the end of the day. I'm not saying there's only one right answer here, but I do think it's unfortunate that things like the rain tax and some of that other messaging persisted all throughout the debate, when we knew from day one that that's not what we were doing. But thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Cretch, please.
Everyone's basically said a lot of the things I was going to say, so I'll be brief and just saying that I was able to go out to the rural community and listen to people at a meeting on this subject some months ago. And what I heard from people was a lot of frustration. And some of the issues I heard didn't really have anything to do with the stormwater program that we're putting forward. They were just, frankly, frustrations and anxieties about feeling disconnected from the city of Hamilton, as they referred to it, pointing in the distance often, and speaking about it as the other space. And just to Councillor Alex Wilson's point, sure, there's work to be done to try and heal some of the wounds from amalgamation still, obviously. But also what I heard in a lot of the comments that were made at that time were about asking for a compromise, asking for a better program, asking for a credit program that made sense. And I think staff went away, came back with something that's a pretty good compromise. In fact, it met more measures than people in that room asked for. It did better than people thought it was going to do. And some have said, look, we don't want to have any fee associated with this. We don't want to have any service fees regarding this. But from what I heard in the feedback and from what I've seen in the final plan, I think it reaches a good compromise, and so I'll be supporting it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. I don't see any other speakers on this item, item 1. I will actually make a few comments myself, so Councillor Wang, if you don't mind taking over the chair. I want to echo all of the remarks around the room in terms of having a dialogue and a debate and a discussion on a tough issue that is done respectfully. So thanks everybody for that. I want to also say that when this stormwater fee was approved, and then we subsequently heard back from members of community, and then went on this effort to try to provide some kind of response to the concerns that were raised. I asked a couple of councillors that represent rural and agricultural areas to put some put some work in and do some heavy lifting. And I want to thank all of you for doing that. Councillor Wilson and Councillor Kassar and Councillor McMeekin particularly were the folks I talked to, Councillor Taddison as well, with the real desire to make sure that we are being responsive and thoughtful in the broader community. And I think that some of the comments that Councillor Wilson has made, Alex Wilson, about our need to make sure that we're doing that work in a way that people might not, feel, not all people will feel that the response was what they had hoped for or was adequate. Others may think it's really something quite good. There will be a mixed response, there's no doubt. But we did the work, and I think that's the important thing, and I want to just once again, similar to Councillor Danko, express my gratitude to all involved and to staff. I'll end by saying this. If we, just to be clear, if this is not going to pass, then the stormwater management fee in its initial iteration is what we're going to end up with. And I think that would be a very bad outcome. So I am certainly going to support this with thanks to all involved and with a great deal of kind of respect for the conversation and the dialogue that's occurred not only around this table but with the community as well. So thanks very much all. Thanks, Councillor Wang. I'll take the chair back. I don't see any further speakers on item 1. Is there any other discussion on the balance of the report?
We would vote on item 1 and then the balance of the report.
Yeah, I'm asking if there's any further discussion on any of the other items, right?
I believe Councillor Jackson would like to speak to item 8.
Okay, so don't we usually have all the discussion and then separate the votes at the end? Am I forgetting something?
We can.
Okay. It's my kind of sense that the process is usually we discuss all of the items and then we separate out the votes. That's so I'm going to go with that because that's what I'm accustomed to. Bit of a creature of habit here, perhaps. Okay, so then on the balance of the report, are there any other speakers? Apparently, Councillor Jackson on item 8.
Mayor Horvath, I'm going with what you're going with. Thank you. Item 8, Light Rail Transit Subcommittee Report, paragraph 4, small business supports during light rail transit major reconstruction. I'm going to be watching this one very closely, Mayor Horvath. I appreciate very much the noble intention from the subcommittee to have staff look at any possible ways of compensating, assisting many of the businesses, a lot of small businesses along the proposed LRT corridor from Mac to Eastgate Square. There's going to be tremendous hardship financially, I can only imagine, for about a 5 to 7 year span, if I recall, the LRT project overall is going to take until its completion. I'm watching this closely because in the past, Mayor Horvath, I've asked, and recently, the last one I can remember, the last major arterial road up on the mountain was Concession Street with the concession BIA about 7, 8 years ago. It was about a 9-month to a 1-year full stop to reconstruct Concession Street, literally from Sam Lawrence Park all the way over to Upper Gauge. And many of the small businesses had an extremely hard time to survive. Many of them did, fortunately, some did not. Some new ones have come since and post-pandemic. But I asked back then repeatedly of staff, legal department, public works, finance staff, do we have some form of compensation program plan without any form of bonusing that we can help small business owners during a time of public, tax-paid, corporate City of Hamilton reconstruction project that we need to undertake for the sake of new water mains, sewer lines, new sidewalks, roads, all good upgrades to our infrastructure. I've repeatedly been told no. So I'm not trying to pour cold water in advance on this. I hope this works for the King Street, primarily LRT corridor for small businesses, but I'm telling you, if there is a way that this is going to work and staff can come back with a plan, I'll be buying in somewhere down the road on the East Mountain as well, where the businesses are located during a time of construction. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list on the balance of the items. So we'll then go to the votes. We're going to start with item 1 separated out, then we'll go to item 8 separated out, and then the balance of the report. So on item 1, this is the discount system for the stormwater fees. And that carries 10 to 5. Thanks very much. We're now on to the item 8. Oh, sorry. Not a separate vote for item 8. Okay, so then on the balance of the report. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We're now on to item 6.7, which is the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-011, June 6, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Mike Spatafora, that Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-011, being the meeting held on Thursday, June the 6th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. The report's before us. Speakers list, Councillor Kretsch, please.
I'm asking to separate out item 1I for a separate vote. I'd like to speak to that.
I just need to find it so I know what we're referring to. I have to change my.
I believe it's the very first item at the top of the first page. But I'll rely on the clerk for any mistakes I make with that.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead. Sorry. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I did. I know that we might have to go into a closed session to discuss any legal advice around this matter, so I'm just going to put that up there first, and if people want to do that, that's fine. I'm asking people to vote this down because I'd like to put a recommendation on the floor to have the police board surplus kept in a city-side reserve. Long story short, there was a discussion about this at the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee, and I gave notice at that time that I'd be bringing this forward to council, so there's a little bit more time for everyone to prepare for a discussion if they wished. And long story short, I think this is a transparency and accountability measure to ensure that the city has the ability to apply any surplus amounts from the police budget to requests that come forward from the police directly, especially with respect to our legislative requirements. And we learned that during the discussion during the last budget process about the fact that there are all different kinds of parts of the budget for policing. Some of those are capital costs that the city is required to pay. And this reserve would allow the city to meet those obligations to pay for those capital costs. And it would sit in a city-side reserve, and that would be what it was used for. And it wouldn't be at the discretion of the police board to use it on other things that weren't part of those mandated costs. So I think that's a better way to go about this. Other municipalities do this. This is not new. I won't opine on the law on the subject because, as I understand, firstly, it's not clear. Secondly, it's not my job. But I think it's important to state that this is not necessarily defined. And I'm suggesting we do this because I think it's more transparent and accountable. And so I'll be asking people to vote this down so I can bring that amendment forward. And like I said, if folks would like this to be deferred until such time as we have a chance to speak with the city solicitor in a closed session, I'm happy for that.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, obviously, I don't agree. I think there's other municipalities that also do it the way we currently do it. I think it's a practice that I don't have a concern with. I don't feel like there isn't transparency with how it's done now. So if we are going to look at voting this down, I'd rather speak with Solicitor Shields in camera because I have some concerns. So if the roadmap here is to vote this down, I would rather, before we do that, speak to the solicitor, or we can move it down the agenda. But I want to speak to the solicitor and have her advice and opinion on the matter before we do anything. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Spatafora. It seems to me the solicitor has already given advice on this topic at a other committee meeting, GIC, so it's a bit confusing, I think, for everybody that this was kind of passed more or less through that process in terms of advice from the city solicitor at a GIC meeting, and then subsequently the same topic is being addressed by another committee, which is very confusing, I think, for everyone. So I think there's a few things that we need to kind of figure out in terms of how things like that happen. But if it's something that folks wish to discuss in greater detail, we can certainly move it forward or move it lower on the agenda, or higher on the agenda, whatever. Move it onto a different part of the agenda under private and confidential. The city solicitor is here with us, and I'm just going to look at over at the city solicitor to determine her sense of the having further debate on that in this open forum, or whether going into camera is more appropriate. I think both the clerk and yourself should maybe give us some direction there. Solicitor Shields, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor, typically when a matter is brought forward as this is, we would have the vote first, and then if it's voted down, then we would do the amendment. So I think that would be the process that we should follow.
Clerk Pilon?
Mayor Horvath, I would agree with the City Solicitor Shields on this. We would vote on item 1I, and if it is defeated and the amendment is put forward or going to be put forward, that we would go into closed prior to.
Okay, that's great. We now have a sense of where we're headed. I appreciate that. Councillor, any further discussion on that? Councillor Spatafora, you had the floor.
So just so I understand, we'll vote on this item separately. If it passes as it was, then there's no need to have the discussion because there's no change to how we handle the police.
If it's defeated, then we'll go into camera for further legal advice.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I'm very glad Councillor Spatafora prudently raised that point because I thought the in-camera would come first. But so not being on AFNA, I see 7 people were present. So I'm presuming that obviously this item's here as a recommended item. So I'm going to presume that obviously if it wasn't unanimous, a majority of AFNA committee brought it here as a favorable item recommended. I see both police and library here, so I'm going to presume the Ward 2 councillor is mostly focused on the police reserve, although I'm just looking at the chart here and it has that plus the farmers market. But since the Ward 2 councillor spoke specifically to police, even though it's bundled together here, I will keep my comments focused on the police reserve. And Mayor Horvath, you know, I'm watching carefully for those in the community that take some umbrage with the police budget overall and the police reserve. From the last municipal election, the defund movement was strong. The movement itself tried to portray itself as strong. Shortly after, this is all my editorial, people of course can take exception. Shortly after, they realized the defund portion of it and the language was extremely a negative connotation. So they quickly decided to park that word. And I've noticed and heard that we've gone to reallocating, relocating, maybe let's get some reserve money from the police. To me, Mayor Horvath, it's all part of either supporting the police service in what they need both now and possibly in the future, hence reserves, or it's not. You're either for it or you're not. We use the majority of council a few months ago decided to use reserves to help keep the tax rate away from being in double digits. The library service, my understanding is, has needed the reserve to help cover a recent deficit. You either believe in what these departments, the corporation, and in this case, Hamilton Police Service are doing, or you don't. I know people will say I'm oversimplifying it, and I'm sorry, because as you're continuously wanting and targeting and focusing that Hamilton Police Services have an overabundance of financial resources at their disposal, I want the police to have as much resources as possible. I'm hoping that all my colleagues are watching, reading headlines in our community, some of them very sad, tragic, unfortunate, with the violent occurrences. I don't want to emasculate our police services at all. And this form of wanting to tap and control and get back reserve money, to me, is just going to be possibly my editorial, a thin edge of the wedge. So I'm definitely going to support the recommendation as it came by, obviously, I presume, a majority of the AF&A committee today. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Tattison, please.
I can't argue with transparency and accountability. However, I also have to factor in human nature. And, you know, in the past, I've been involved with colleagues dealing with hundreds of school budgets. And at the end of that process, at the end of the year, there's always a date and it's like, use it or lose it. It's clawed back. And I understand that we're going to be clawing, like if this was to not succeed, we'd be clawing it back and then giving it back to the police as well. But there's that issue of control and partial control. So staff did say during our last committee that, you know, if we were to accept the amendment, it would possibly lead to that use it or lose it mentality, which doesn't promote good spending. And so I'm gonna support the motion as it stands because I want the chief and his team to be in control of the monies and use it wisely. And if they have to carry some over for a project that they want to do in the following year or something, they have it at their will to use it in that way. And I'll be supporting it again as it stands. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I don't think this is whether or not I believe in the work of the HPS, or I don't believe, as has been suggested, and it's certainly not against this to attempt to emasculate the HPS either. The reason that I'm voting against this is quite simple, that I'm a localist. I think that more decisions should be made by more local control. You'd be hard-pressed to find a resident of Dundas that doesn't think that they should have more local control, and going back to those days, I think that's true for a lot of amalgamated communities. Right now, we have a partially elected, partially appointed board that's in charge of this kind of pot of funding. The funding is not changing who it's going to or where it's going. The proposal would be to change who administers that fund, and it would be having more elected, locally elected folks in charge of administering that. Whenever that's the choice, I can draw a pretty clear line in the sand. I support localism, and so that's what this is about for me. And so happy to continue supporting the shift, but understanding that might not be where we're headed today, and that's okay too.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Before we go on to second-time speakers, I just want to identify the realization that I had already that we, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we weren't on the list. You're still not on the list, Councillor Balls. So I apologize. You go ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt you if you
No, of course. You go ahead. No problem.
Thank you. I just want to bring out the point that in 2015, we had a policy that the reserve funds would go to the police tax stabilization reserves. And it's been almost 10 years. I just don't understand what the change would be now, because the police have been very transparent where they use the money, if they have left over, line by line. So I do not understand, after 10 years, why we want to change this. You know, budgets change, you know, sometimes you have a little bit reserved, sometimes you're in the deficit. So I think it's appropriate for the police to have it with the board that decides where the money's going. So that's my position, And if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. My apologies again. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I'm going to support the direction as I did at AFNA. And I'll just offer a very brief comment that I get a lot of requests, and I'm sure many of us do, residents not really fully understanding the configuration of our police service as opposed to a parks department or a roads department. And I get a lot of requests where people say, can you tell the police to do this, that, or the other thing? And I have to explain to them it's an arm's length agency. It's not under the direct control of City Council or the City of Hamilton. And I add, that's intentional. It's intentional to separate the political entity from the police service entity, and I think it's a model that works. And I see this potentially moving in a direction that I couldn't support, and it would be inconsistent with my previous comments that I do think it is important to maintain an independent agency to overlook the police service. And so I'm going to continue to support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. I don't see any other speakers on the list for the first time, so I do want to just pick up where I started, which is to say that I understand that this is on the was on the FNA as a part of a broader report. And my concern was that we had already dealt with the particular matter, the detail matter, at a GIC meeting, and so that for me is a bit problematic, because at the GIC meeting, of course, we had the legal advice, and that report still stands as part of that committee report. So I'm going to be supporting the recommendation by the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee as well, based on my understanding of the advice that we've already received from the city solicitor and the comments of colleagues around the table. On that note, I'll go to Councillor Kretsch for a second time, please.
Thanks. A couple of points of clarification for those who are not on the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee, which we discussed in detail, all these issues, actually. The video is available. For those who were not there, it was not a suggestion by myself or anybody else that I know, except for staff saying, you know, we have some caution around wanting to proceed with this, voting it down, and would like to get legal advice, and that's why it was asked for. So staff said that they wanted that legal advice to happen before a motion change had occurred. So that's where that came from. As for the Hamilton Farmers Market and the Hamilton Public Library, in the AFNA report, it detailed the differences between those organizations and the Hamilton Police Service specifically on our obligations to those different organizations, which is why I'm speaking specifically and only about the Police Reserve, because it's the only one that's unique of those three. The other two are within municipal control entirely. And we never had a policy. I know the police had a policy in 2015. And again, that was clarified at AFNA by James Zagaric, that the city has never had this policy. The police board had the policy on their books. They came to us and showed us the policy. We received it for information being like, thank you for letting us know about your policy, and moved on again. That was all clarified at AFNA. This, from my perspective, is about, again, transparency. I understand if people want to conflate this issue with the defund the police movement, that's up to them. Everyone has a right to speak on this microphone. Where I do take a little bit of exception and think we should be careful is when we use the word emasculate our police services. Emasculation is speaking to, let's be really clear, the root of the word men. It's talking about power. There are many women who represent the police service. And so I just want to be careful that we're not using language like that that's charged about gender for a group of diverse people. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I don't see any further speakers on the item. On that item, are there any speakers on any other parts of this report? Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies for my tardiness. I had medical issues this morning that I had to deal with. Item 3 is the constituency relationship management solution. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank our IT staff for doing the work that we had requested of them. They looked at many different constituency management softwares and came up with the recommendation that we adopt Civic Track. I am volunteering my ward to be one of the wards that pilot this software, and I think this software is going to really help our office staff in keeping track of issues for each constituent. So I do want to thank the staff for what they have done. I think this is an excellent solution to a challenge that has been ongoing for many years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Okay, no further speakers, so we're going to separate out, is it item 1? Is that how it, 1?
Item 1I.
1I. Okay, so we'll start with the vote on 1I, and then we'll go to the balance of the report before us. Thank you. That carries 12-4. Thanks very much. And then we're on to the balance of the report. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much, all. So now we are on to rising from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to...
Thank you, Mayor.
Can we please have a motion to rise from the Committee of the Whole?
So excited about rising. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson for council to rise from Committee of the Whole.
Thanks very much. Can we get a vote on that, please? Thanks. And that carries 16-0. Thanks so much. So we're now on to motions. Where are we time-wise? 11:11, okay. 7.1 is the amendment to item 5 of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 20-013 respecting Park Lane Workplace Management System, HUR 20013 citywide, which was approved by Council on December 16th, 2020. Councillor Wang, would you please present your motion?
Thank you. Mayor, this is I think it's a largely administrative motion, but it's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Mike Spadafora. That amendment to item 5 of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 20-013 respecting Park Lane Workplace Management System, which was approved by Council on December 16th, 2020. So whereas it is necessary to amend the Park Lane computer system to Park Lane Systems, Inc., in the Audit, Finance, Administration Report in order to finalize the contract documents. Therefore, be it resolved that item 5 of the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee Report respecting Park Lane Workplace Management System will be amended as follows. That 5, Park Lane Workplace Management System, that the request to move from a single source procurement standardization for a 5-year term pursuant to Procurement Policy 14 standardization for access to and use of Park Lane Workplace Management System be approved, and that the Executive Director of Human Resources be authorized to negotiate into and execute the extension of the current agreement and ancillary documents required effect thereto with Park Lane Systems, Inc., in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. So just for council and committee, it's really just changing the title of the company from all of that to Systems, Inc. So.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Wang. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote on this housekeeping motion. Thank you. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. 7.2, Rosedale Tennis Club replacement of electrical service vault. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor, and it's moved by myself and seconded by my neighboring councillor from Ward 4, Tammy Huang, who's not only seconding the motion but also sharing in on the costs. Hey!
So whereas council received and referred the request from the Rosedale Tennis Club, item 5.2, for funding for the replacement of the outdated electrical service vault to the general manager of finance and corporate services at their meeting on May 22nd, 2024. And whereas the existing electrical vault, which services part of Gage Park, Rosedale Tennis Club, and Rosedale Lawn Bowling, is outdated and must be replaced as per the Electrical Safety Authority, ESA. And whereas the Ward 3 and Ward 4 councillors have prepared to fund the $250,000 for the replacement of the outdated electrical service vault at the Rosedale Tennis Club from our capital infrastructure reserves, therefore be it resolved that A, the costs associated with the replacement of the existing electrical service vault and the Rosedale Tennis Club be funded equally from the Ward 3 capital infrastructure reserve account as listed and the Ward 4 capital infrastructure reserve account as listed at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $230,000, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions that are in a form that's satisfactory with our city solicitor. And through you, Mayor, it really is an opportunity for us to line up with the construction work that's already happening with the tennis club. So by getting this motion in today, it enables us to get the electrical vault work updated and installed. Again, this will support the tennis club, it'll support the lawn club or lawn bowling facility, as well as adjacent park amenities as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nan. So I don't see any discussion on the item. So we will go to the vote then, moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Wang. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. On to item 7.3. I'm going to have to put the chair over to Councillor Wang.
Go ahead and please introduce your motion.
Thanks very much. My motion is the appointment of the new city clerk for Hamilton, and I'd like actually Councillor Nan to second, or Councillor Wang to second that as deputy mayor and chair of AFNA. I think that's appropriate if you don't mind. Great, and so moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wang that Matthew Trenham be appointed clerk for the City of Hamilton effective July 2nd, 2024, that bylaw 23-150, a bylaw to appoint an acting city clerk for the City of Hamilton be repealed effective July 2nd, 2024, that a bylaw to appoint the clerk for the City of Hamilton be prepared and enacted by council, that Janet Pilon be reappointed deputy clerk for the City of Hamilton effective July 2nd, 2024, that a bylaw to appoint the deputy clerk for the City of Hamilton be prepared and enacted by council, and that bylaw 24-021, a bylaw to appoint an acting deputy clerk for the City of Hamilton be repealed effective July 2nd, 2024.
Comments?
I would just make a quick comment, which is gratitude for the city manager for getting this hire completed. Very, very pleased that that's the case. And gratitude to Acting Clerk Pilon and Acting Deputy Clerk. I think it's McRae that's our Acting Deputy Clerk, and all of the other members of the clerk's team that really stepped up to do some heavy lifting while we were without a clerk formal in this City of Hamilton. So thanks all very, very much. Looking forward to the work that we're going to be able to do with our new clerk, but a great deal of gratitude.
All right. Seeing as there are no other speakers on this, perhaps we'll call the vote. That vote carries 14-0. Back to you, Chair. Back to you, Mayor.
Thanks very much. Okay, we are now on to amendment to item 4. This is item 7.4 on our agenda. Amendment to item 4 of the Board of Health Report 23-002, respecting advancing a whole community harm reduction framework. Councillor Maureen Wilson, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. This pertains to just the reporting of reports which come to the Board of Health, to make them semi-annual as opposed to which I believe is quarterly now. There are, for your assurance, ways and means for members of the Council and the Board of Health Standing Committee to receive information in real time. In moving to a semi-annual, there are a number of objectives are achieved. It's, I think, provides a better picture in terms of adding some length to the report. And it also enables staff to shift into what we need them to do in terms of responding to public health as opposed to administrative work. So it's moved by myself and it's seconded by Councillor Spadafora, that staff be directed to provide semi-annual reports on opioid-related harms and all deaths related to toxic drugs to the board beginning in Q4 of 2024. And B, that staff be, and it's all self-explanatory. If I have to read it out, I certainly will. I prefer not to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. That was moved by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my apologies for interrupting you, Mayor Horvath. I noticed Councillor Spadafora is.
Oh, he's not here.
Has just stepped out for a moment, and Councillor Nan has graciously offered to second. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So then that's moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson and seconded by Councillor Nan. Any discussion?
Thank you.
No? Seeing none, thanks very much. Then we'll go to the vote. Okay, that carries 14-0. Thanks so much. We're on to 7.5, which is a motion from Councillor McMeekin supporting the Mountain View Neighbourhood Watch Initiative in Waterdown. Councillor McMeekin, would you please present your motion?
Yes, thanks very much, Your Worship. In terms of preamble and summarizing the whereases, car and truck thefts and break and enter, some violent, have been on the rise in a particular part of our municipality. Public safety in Ward 15 is the predominant concern, particularly of the Mountain View community, which is largely a very diverse community. And that's important because they really are keen to come together to solve issues. We met with the Hamilton Police Services and with the Community Council. That's my 40-member council, and with a couple groups from the Mountain View neighborhood to test the project. It was unanimous concurrence that this program pilot should be started. So it's resolved that the Mountain View Neighborhood Watch Initiative be funded from the Ward 15 non-property tax revenue account. And the numbers there at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $10,000, and the mayor and clerk, et cetera, make the appropriate arrangements. Just to speak very briefly to that, this idea is timely. Neighborhood Watch hasn't been a really live concept for about 20 years, but there are neighborhoods across Ontario that are now beginning to dabble in different models. There's a very sophisticated group locally. The police have bought into it, and we already have other communities in the ward saying, can you extend it to my community as well? And our response is probably, but let's test the pilot first. That's my motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. A wise path forward. Seconder, please.
Oh, Tom Jackson, Councillor Jackson.
Okay, moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion? Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I really appreciate Councillor McMeekin for putting this on the table as a pilot. I know the Ward 8 community will certainly be paying close attention to the results as areas of the city beyond Waterdown are, facing similar issues with vehicle theft, ongoing break-and-enters, ongoing issues associated with encampments, petty crime, threatening behavior, that kind of thing. So if there's citizen initiatives that can help address some of those issues in communities, I very much appreciate us taking a look at alternative programs to enable the community to have a further stake in the safety and the ongoing enjoyment of their neighborhoods. So I'll be following this very closely. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, happy to support this. And like other colleagues, will be, I think, following it rather closely. I'm going to actually reach out to Councillor McMeekin directly and say, hey, how do we measure this? And maybe I can get some more details on how things are going. I was a part of an attempt at trying to reboot a neighborhood watch program in the Winona Fruitland area back in 2018, 2019. Weren't able to quite get it off the ground despite the best intentions of a number of volunteers. And the narrative at the time was not particularly supportive in terms of the police of the day and some city staff of the day. So it looks like maybe we're rounding a corner and we're heading in a new direction. And I'll just put that out there that I can think of some communities within the Ward 10 jurisdiction that'll be very interested in trying to spin this off as well. So my hats off to the Waterdown councillor for bringing this forward, and I think this has major and positive implications for the entire city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. I don't see any further speakers on Councillor McMeekin's motion. So moved by Councillor McMeekin and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Can we have that vote up, please? And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. On to item 7.6, which is a 2024 Alpha Conference and Annual General Meeting. Councillor Wang, would you please present your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nan, that essentially that the 2024 Alpha Conference Annual General Meeting, that council assume all costs associated with Councillor Maureen Wilson's attendance at this conference, and it may be funded by the General Legislative Budget 300100. And just very quickly, Councillor Maureen Wilson has been a very staunch and very enthusiastic supporter at Alpha, and I think that this is necessary for us to continue to support her in all of that work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you to my colleagues for support of this expenditure. I am my father's daughter, so for the public record, I've already attended Alpha. The registration was $337.50 plus HST of $43.88. So the public spent $381.38. I didn't stay overnight in Toronto and I used my Presto card. So thank you. That's it in full.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. And thank you for your good work. That carries 15-0. Thanks, folks. We're on to 7.7, City of Hamilton Advocacy at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, Annual Conference taking place in Ottawa, Ontario in August 2024. Councillor Tattison, would you please present your motion?
Moved by a councillor who's a proud representative of the Roma conferences. and seconded by Councillor McMeekin, the City of Hamilton Advocacy at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, that's AMO, annual conference taking place in Ottawa, Ontario in August 24th, whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario works to make municipal government stronger and more effective, which supports and enhances strong and effective municipal governments in Ontario. Whereas through AMO, Ontario's 444 municipalities work together to achieve shared goals and meet common challenges. And whereas AMO's policy development, cost-saving programs, conferences, and training opportunities, AMO provides municipal officials with tools to succeed and programs to help maximize taxpayer dollars. Therefore, be it resolved that Councillors Wang, Kretsch, Kassar, and Nan be selected as the City of Hamilton's representatives at the AMO conference taking place in Ottawa, Ontario, August 18th to the 21st, 2024, and that Council assumes all costs associated with Councillors Wayne, Kretsch, Kassar, and Nan's attendance at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Annual Conference in Ottawa from the General Legislative Budget 300100. And I'll just like to say that going to Roma on my first account, I was supported by city staff, but the second year we recruited Councillor Wang, and we were more than 2 times effective, I believe. We were joined by a few ministers as well from the local areas, and so I'm hoping for that synergistic effect when we send 4. And I'll be in Ottawa that weekend. I may see you, and I'll be visiting as well. Again, like when I went to Roma, we dealt with things like victims of intimate partner violence in the rural setting. We dealt with rural internet. We've seen movements on both those areas from the provincial government just this year. Funding sources for farmers and businesses in the rural areas. And one thing that Director Winters helped me with, septic systems. So those are Roma issues. So I'm more than pleased to, support my colleagues to go and talk about city-wide issues that affect all of us. So thank you very much, and I hope that we can all support this.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. Roma being the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, for folks who might be watching and wondering, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association. Thanks for your work on that. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Happy to support the motion. And as Council's FCM representative, it really does make a difference to have a delegation that is representative of our council attending these annual conferences. One, it enables us to support our colleague who is our former representative. 2, there's a lot of meetings with ministers that we need to take advantage of as a municipality, and giving each councillor an opportunity over the years to participate in this. Not only is it important for our advocacy and representation of our residents, it's also really important for our associations to see its membership in attendance to these conferences. It enables for that regional solidarity around the issues that we are all facing across Ontario. We're all facing as municipalities across the country as well. It's my understanding, Councillor Taddison, since you said that you're going to be already in Ottawa, we might be able to lean on your attendance at the conference, at which point, Mayor, I wonder if an amendment would be appropriate to cover any conference-related fees for Councillor Taddison to attend, recognizing that he's going to be in town anyway.
Is that something that's acceptable to Councillor Taddison, if that, since it does affect him?
Councillor Taddison will go, but he doesn't need any funding sources, thanks.
But there are conference fees, so to be able to register with for the conference.
You know what? No, I'm gonna bow out on that one. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Taddison. I wouldn't mind. I'm on the list, and normally I would wait, but because Councillor Nan just spoke, I'd like to pass the chair over to Councillor Wang, so I could just say a few things, and that is, I agree with what Councillor Nan has had to say regarding the benefit, and having been in my role in the Ontario Legislature for a number of years, there wasn't very often, if any, time that I saw delegations from the City of Hamilton come to speak to the official opposition or the third party at that time as well. So I don't know whether that was happening maybe with just government folks. I really couldn't say, but it is very, very beneficial, and it takes some time and effort. I want to thank our staff who do a great job in preparing us for these things. And I want to take the opportunity, maybe this is not in order, but to congratulate Councillor Nan, who got elected on the weekend to the board, the Ontario section of the board of the FCM. Congratulations and thank you, Councillor Nan. Then I'll take the chair back. Thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. There was a time in the not too distant past when Hamilton really was underrepresented at meetings. I had the privilege of serving in 6 different cabinet portfolios, and one of the obligations of all ministers was to attend AMO and to respond to delegations. I think on average, over the 4-day period, we would receive delegations from at least 60 municipalities. They were limited to 15 to 20 minutes, and it was rat-a-tat-tat from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Steady, and it is a real blessing if you have more than one person show up, because you can actually cover off 2 or 3 ministers or more in a day when that happens. And we've very fine representative at AMO. I'm really proud of her, and I hear reports back through my existing grapevine about the good work she's doing. So this is good to see. And you know what? Municipalities that meet with ministers often get things done, and it's good to see Hamilton be at the table. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so on this motion then can we have the vote up? That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're then on to item 7.9, which is an amendment to item 3 of the Public Works Committee Report 22-001, respecting natural gas waste collection trucks, PW 22003 citywide, which was approved by Council on January 19th. Councillor Spatafora, can you please introduce your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Tom Jackson. As you said, it's an amendment to item 3 of the Public Works Committee from Council January 19, 2022. Therefore, be it resolved, the item 3 of the Public Works Report 22-001 respecting natural gas waste collection trucks, PW 22003, be amended as follows. I'm not going to read them all, but at the last paragraph, you'll see that we have made the change from Envoy Energy Fuels, Inc. to Compression Technology Corporation.
Okay.
I hope that's enough information.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you.
So that's moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote, please. Thank you. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Clerk Pilon?
Mayor Horvath, this is where we're going to consider Councillor Crutch's motion regarding the code of conduct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the just to refresh people's memories, we have a motion that in reference to the Integrity Commissioner's report that speaks to communications being made a part of our code of conduct requirements and so, or rules. And so can we just have Councillor Crutch present his motion, and then we'll move to the discussion. Councillor Crutch, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's fairly straightforward, and this has been the practice in the past when integrity commissioners have made recommendations and council has to vote on whether they accept those recommendations or not. So I thought, sure, why don't we add this to our code of conduct? Seems like a reasonable thing to do. It's being recommended by our integrity commissioner. I'll read out the section here that would be put in the code of conduct. There's 2 sections that would be added. They're up on the screen, 14.1 and 14.2. And well, they're coming up on this. Maybe they're not coming up on the screen. I don't know if they're on the screen.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I will quickly read them. 14.1, members are responsible for making honest statements. No member shall make a statement, including through social media, that when they know that statement is false or are reckless as to whether it's true. No member shall make a statement with the intent of misleading counsel or members of the public. And 14.2, members will conduct their communications with each other and members of the public, including by means of social media, in ways that maintain public confidence in the office to which they have been elected or appointed, are open and honest, focus on issues rather than personalities, and avoid threatening, intimidating, offensive, or abusive conduct. So that's the language right from the Integrity Commissioner himself, and so I'm just reading it out loud. My seconder is Councillor Nan.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch, and that's seconded by Councillor Nan. We have a speakers list. Councillor Danko, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So in this case, the Integrity Commissioner in their report stated that the complainant successfully and willfully traded off the complaint to enhance the presence and stature in the community. And in the discussion, he further stated that there was several self-serving retweets with self-serving commentary. So I don't disagree that we need to add social media to our code of conduct. Certainly, we absolutely do. Other municipalities have done that. But I think we need to be careful that it's the nature of social media that, unfortunately, everybody is offended by everything. And I'm worried that we would be opening the door to individuals that may have ulterior motives to harass elected officials, to provide them with a mechanism to silence the opinions of duly elected officials by using the complaints process, in order to, as retaliation against political views or positions that elected officials may have taken. This term, I've seen posts by members of this council on police, on masking, on vaccinations, on motivation of staff and colleagues that would all, be subject to those clauses that are being proposed here that would be code of conduct violations. And I think we need to be careful that the Office of the Integrity Commissioner isn't going to be used as a referee to settle disagreements on trivial social media issues. So, I understand that people might think, I don't like you, I don't like your politics, you deserve what you got. Fine, I respect your opinion. But the code of conduct shouldn't be used as a way to settle, these kind of informal infractions that are trivial and minor and don't reach that level of a formal code of conduct complaint, in my opinion. We've seen women in particular targeted by deliberate online harassment, mostly through social media. We've seen women, declaring that they're no longer going to be a part of elected office because of that harassment. Locally, we've seen examples of female elected officials where the complaint process was deliberately used as an attempt not only to disparage them through their elected office, but to effectively destroy their lives. And they've been subject to incessant and ongoing harassment. So like I said, I agree that we need specific parts of our code of conduct that do address social media. But I think, as a walk-on motion at a council meeting without any careful discussion, deliberation of what the repercussions are is problematic. So for those reasons, I think the best course of action here would be to refer this to the governance subcommittee, which exists for this very reason, so that we can have that discussion about specifically what should be in the code of conduct as regards to social media, and perhaps some further discussion about how complainants are able to use the complaints process to their benefit, which I think anyway is contrary to the basic fundamental premise of the justice system, which is that you're innocent until proven guilty. and that there shouldn't be ongoing commentary or media discussion while the complaints process is ongoing, because as an elected official, we have no ability to respond to that. And at the end of the process, we can't even recover costs if the process ends up in our favor. So I'd move that we refer this to governance for further discussion, seconded by Councillor Francis.
Okay, can I just say, in terms of the rules of debate, that you can't speak to a referral motion. You have to you can refer if you haven't yet spoken to the item. And unfortunately, in this case, you've spoken to the item, and so you are not able to make that referral motion. If there's a referral motion forthcoming, I'm just warning folks, you can't speak to the item first. You have to refer it with instructions, and then the instructions will be debated, and then we'll take a vote on the referral. On that note, I have a number of speakers on the speakers list at this point, and if and when somebody wishes to refer this to another body, I guess I'm just looking at the clerk to determine whether the referral motion or the referral attempt would come before the remainder of the speakers, or we simply go through the speakers list until we get to a potential referral, which is what I think would normally happen.
The referral motion would be it would be in order after all the first-time speakers have spoken.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, so Councillor Danko, then that's the way we're going to roll. We're now on to the speakers that are on the current list, which is Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Mayor. Part of why I'm happy to second this, goodness gracious, improvement to our code of conduct is that it helps enable consistency. And it's about our code of conduct. It's about our conduct, our responsibilities as elected representatives. And it's about reducing harm, which is key. I think being leaders in social media, it is that much more important that we take up the opportunity to reduce harm through the way in which we engage in social media as well. And Mayor, you were in attendance during the FCM annual conference. We discussed at length the impact of harassment on elected representatives, specifically women, Two-Spirit LGBTQIA2I+, as well as racialized Indigenous and persons with disabilities who make up our elected representatives. And the impact is severe in terms of the degree of harassment that elected representatives go through. But also there was a really nuanced conversation about the harassment that happens on the part of elected representatives, that we too are human and we too must up our standards. And it was a 90 or 89% consent vote during the AGM at FCM. And that was the largest FCM conference in FCM's history in terms of municipal representatives. This issue needs action. And I'm not sure that we need to necessarily bunt this down to our Standing Committee on Governance. I think that adopting very clear recommendations that the Integrity Commissioner brought forward makes a lot of sense and enables us to move forward as soon as we ratify this and get the bylaws changed to let the public know that there's going to be a consistency in our actions on social media going forward as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Alex Wilson.
I think ambivalent to the process we take to get here, just excited for this conversation, whether it's after a committee review or whether it happens today. I think speaking truthfully, not impugning motive, and not intimidating others are a pretty low bar to clear. And if we can hold ourselves to that higher standard, that's good. It's also not coming from an individual member of council. It's coming from our independent body in the area that they preside over about improvements to the process from there. This is pretty arm's length from council, and it's just the procedural of how we move this forward. But if it's the preference to do that at governance first, and then we have some discussion, open to that as well. But I'm glad that we're going to have the conversation this year, it sounds like.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what the Integrity Commissioner has said. My challenge would be we're making a change to the code of conduct without any opportunity for the public to speak to the code of conduct or the potential changes. They may have other ideas in terms of things that we need to include in the code of conduct, and I'd be happy to hear that as well. But it does concern me that we're moving swiftly to amend the code of conduct without reaching out to the public. And I think if you have a governance committee, then you would have members of the public that would come forward and speak up. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cretch, please.
Thanks, I'll be very brief. Just, I guess I needed to provide even more background, and maybe I'll start doing this and giving every excruciating detail, though I don't wish to. When this came forward, I approached both the city clerk, acting city clerk, and the integrity commissioner to ask them, like, what would the process be like here to put this forward? And the integrity commissioner was a very impartial person in this process, pointing through provincial law and legislation that we chose to have here, and that recommendations are kind of sacrosanct from that person in general. And I said, look, are you happy with the wording here? Is this work for you? And he came back and said, okay, we could tweak a couple things. So this is coming from the integrity commissioner. It's not problematic for me to introduce a recommendation from the integrity commissioner. And I'm always going through the process with city staff and asking them and consulting with them and having those discussions. If people don't like the process, take it up with the city manager. And I will say I'm fine with it to go to the governance review subcommittee. That's totally fine if that's what you want to do. I'm just letting you know what the integrity commissioner said, which was, hey, I'm fine with this language. I recommended it. If people want to debate it or have a discussion or have the public come into the debate on that from an impartial integrity commissioner, totally fine with me. I'm just letting you know what the process was so we can stick to the issues.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm hesitant to wade into this, but feel some obligation to do so. Over a considerable span of years, I've had a lot of experience with social media, and not all of it positive. And I appreciated Councillor Danko's comments in particular. There are some folk out there, I'd never name names, ever on social media. In fact, the only time I ever go on social media is I have something positive to say or there's an issue, and I've learned from painful experience and never to engage individually with people, just to stick to the issue. I think Maureen Wilson has said time and again, be strong on issues but easy on people, and I think that's a good strategy. And we employed that rather well around this table generally. You know, we disagree without being disagreeable. My solution, based on experience, is just to stay off of social media. There are some folk out there who know exactly what each and every one of us need to do, but haven't a clue as to how to drive the bus. But they're really quite adroit at running people down. I've learned very quickly that when someone says something, believe them the first time, and I only try to take advice from people I have respect for, and that's a wise and relatively narrow list, but it works for me. So I don't have any objection to this because I don't intend to be on social media. That's the best protection. Or more importantly, to respond to some of those who want to go out of their way to harass. I don't know what protections there are for anyone in any level of political office, but maybe that's another thing that people should be looking. If, God forbid you what's the word? You delist somebody from social media, then they've got an integrity complaint because you're not listening to them, right? You know, so I just don't ever do that.
Good advice, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Tattison, please.
I'll go quickly. I just think it's important that our subcommittees are involved, and you know, as I said earlier, subcommittees are where fulsome and wholesome debates can, and we can get that public expert opinion in there as well. So I'm going to end it on that and say that I would support what Councillor Danko was suggesting earlier.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Tattison. We don't have a motion at this point. Councillor Francis, please.
And now you do. I've got a motion to refer this to the government subcommittee, looking for direction from the clerk on how to do that, and seconded by either Councillor Danko, if that's in order, or Councillor Spatafora.
Okay, I think it's in order to have a seconder that's already spoken to the referral motion, but we now have the motion on the floor. Then, do you have any instructions, or you just want to leave the whole item to go? And
I think having the whole item going makes the most
Okay.
sense.
All right,
Thanks.
so that the motion be referred to the Governance Subcommittee, moved by Councillor Spatafora, or sorry, by Councillor Francis, and seconded by Councillor Danko. So that vote is then up, please. And that carries 15 to 0. And I just want to say, good discussion. Glad to see the unanimity. I'm sure the code of conduct conversation will be a fulsome one at committee, and appreciate Councillor Kretsch for bringing the motion forward and having the conversation, with our expert in terms of the Integrity Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Bogosian, for that work. Okay, I am now going to entertain a motion to recess because it's almost noon, and we do have moved by Councillor Nance, seconded by Councillor Wang, that we recess until 12:30. Okay? I'm sorry, Councillor Kretsch?
I was going to say 12:45. I know you've got to get out there and make remarks, and there's a bit of stuff going on with a bunch of us, so maybe 12:45 makes sense on a day like today.
12:45, is it, can I get the sense of, okay, everybody wants 12:45. I will ask for then the recess to happen for 45 minutes till 12:45. Thank you so much for that, Councillor Kretsch. And that carries 15 to 0. Thanks. We'll see you all at 12:45. Good work this morning, folks. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're back in the meeting. The quorum is present, and we are broadcasting. So thanks very much for letting us get to that event that was outside. Thanks to the councillors and staff who were out there supporting the Walk a Mile in Their Shoes fundraiser by the YWCA. If anybody can hear, there's some background music that's going to help us get through the rest of the meeting, and so that's kind of lovely. We are now on Section 8 of the agenda, notices of motions, and 8.1 is an amendment to item 7 of the Emergency and Community Services Report 24-004, respecting Ward 2 community grants, food insecurity programming Q1 and Q2 2024 Ward 2, which was approved by Council on May 22nd, 2024. Councillor Kretsch, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Yes, thank you. I need a seconder to do that, to move the waive the rules. And I'll explain what the motion is when it gets here. It's also just about a name change.
It's also, I'm sorry.
About a name change. So we've had name change motions all day today. This is number 3. And this is all this is going to be about, but we have to waive the rules because of the timing it made it to the
yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Kretsch and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And so we'll take the vote on the waiving of the rules, which, as folks know, requires 2/3. So. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. So please go ahead then, Councillor Kretsch, and present your motion.
Really quickly, we had the wrong name down in one of our community grants, and so now we need to have the right name down, otherwise the folks can't get paid. That's the whole motion. It's there for your excitement in excruciating detail on the agenda.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kretsch. Are there any questions or any discussion on this particular motion? It's moved by yourself and seconded by?
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Seeing no speakers, then we'll go to the vote on this very complicated, complex motion. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to, if I'm not mistaken, statements by members. And so please start identifying your desire to make a statement. And as you're doing that, I just want to say that we've had a busy weekend, Councillor Nan and I at the FCM, and we had some really great successes there. We'll probably be sending some information around. City of Calgary, I was quite surprised, very, very impressive. I was not expecting that, and got some great ideas, took some pics. So I might be sending those around, a little pictorial review of some of the things I was able to take note of. Also, I wanted to say that yesterday I was so busy preparing for council and doing other things I needed to do that I omitted the note I was going to send to Councillor Wang congratulating her on her birthday. And so happy belated birthday, Councillor Wang, from yesterday. 27 years old, all right. Yes, I'm 49 forever too. So so thanks very much, everyone. We have the list is beginning to populate. So we have Councillor Alex Wilson, please, member statements.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. It's been a great day. This isn't necessarily a great piece of news, unfortunately. Road safety is something that remains important to this term of council and is important to all of us. And so whenever you see those incidents of aggressive driving behavior, injuries of vulnerable road users, those are always unfortunate news to share. In late May, early June, in Flamborough, Dundas, Ancaster kind of area, the west end of our city, there's been some reports of particularly hostile driving targeting cyclists and other vulnerable road users in particular. This follows on the wake of vehicles being used as weapons against vulnerable road users in Toronto. And it's certainly a troubling trend and one that we should all be aware of. There's been an ask by community members impacted by this for a strong condemnation from elected officials, and I think I certainly can speak for many of the folks in this room in saying it's never acceptable to be running cyclists off the road. It's never acceptable to be violating breaking the law and endangering the lives of others while using a car. That's a responsibility when we're using our roads, that we have to use them safely for everyone, and it's deeply unfortunate to having to be used this time today to condemn that. But I want to thank our cycling community and thank all the vulnerable road users for, not letting events like this get in the way of the advocacy they're continuing to do to make our roads safer. So that's frustrating, and our city certainly deserves better. On another note about that path to better, this coming Tuesday, myself and Councillor Kassar will be hosting a joint town hall about Old Ancaster and Old Dundas Road and the results of a road safety review that we're really grateful that our transportation team has worked hard on over the past year. I think we can say it's the largest in-service road safety review the city's ever done, and we're really excited to be sharing the results of that with the community, looking at this as a holistic roadway across 2 wards, doing something a little bit different on that one, and so excited to be sharing results with the community and getting their feedback this Tuesday. Safe roads, I think, is something we all care about, and whether it's, ensuring that we're making the necessary engineering changes, or whether it's ensuring that folks on our roadways are acting responsibly and treating others safely, we all have that role to play, and I know this term of council we've been doing more and more on road safety, and the work continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. It's pretty terrifying what you shared, so thank you for bringing it to our attention. We next have Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to take a moment to share my gratitude for all of the work that went into our delegation and our Team Hamilton's attendance at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities 2024 annual conference. So first off, thank you to Acting Director, I believe, Greg Tedesco, for all your support leading up to the conference, both from a GR perspective, but also, infamously putting together a binder that has all the information that the entire delegation needed and making sure that all the I's were dotted and T's were crossed for us to get there. Also to Acting General Manager Herstek and the team at the Healthy and Safe Communities for your support in putting together briefing notes and research materials as it enabled myself and the Mayor to support the recruitment of support, but also on the day of to be able to speak to a joint motion resolution that was put forward by the City of Hamilton, the regions of Halton and Peel on federal support for food banks across the country. Also, thank you to Team Hamilton on-site in Calgary, City Manager Clucky, your Chief of Staff, Usma Qureshi, and you, Mayor, for tag teaming so effectively and strategically the work that you did at the Big City Mayor's Caucus in your conversations with our ministers federally, as well as the Prime Minister, as well as all the speaking that we did on the resolutions. Councillors, it's my absolute honor and privilege to represent Hamilton at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities now as an elected board member, and you have my word that I will continue to serve with integrity and courageous leadership there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Tattison, please.
Jeez. Startled me, Mayor, sorry. This past weekend on June 8th and 9th, we had in Bimbrook, we had the annual mud run, and that happens at the Bimbrook Conservation Area, but everybody parks at the Bimbrook Fair because there's thousands of participants, so they ship everybody in buses over to the conservation area. And over the years, this is in support to fight for the cure for breast cancer. And over the years, they've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars just from the events in Bimbrook, and these events do take place across the province. So kudos to that. It went off without any hitches, and I didn't have any parking issues because we have lots of no parking signs along the rural roads, and people actually follow the rules. So, and saying that, following Councillor Wilson about road safety, we have an upcoming community town hall with the Hamilton Police Services on June 19th. They're going to be our guests. They're going to talk about matters that are citywide, but are especially affecting Ward 11 in terms of speeding and truck traffic on our rural roads and car thefts. In the past 4 months, from January to April, we had over 55 thefts in Bimbrook alone. So it's a concern, and the residents are feeling that. And hopefully we can come up with some solutions. So Speaking about that, I'll say, I want everybody to recognize that that's June 19th. That's 3 days before my birthday, Mayor, so just letting you know that. Yeah. Anyways, thanks a lot, and that's all from Glanbrook.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Jackson, please.
Mayor Horvath, today, June 12th, is Filipino Independence Day. The Philippines gained their independence from Spain in 1898, so 126 years of independence and freedom. And they're a wonderful, longtime member of our multicultural community in Hamilton. I want to congratulate again President Bonner Villabrosa and the entire nearly 10,000 members of Filipino ancestry who call Hamilton home. They're wonderful contributing members and fantastic people that love this city, love the country, and love their homeland as well. And they have, I mentioned about a month or so ago, and it's official, they sold their longstanding 25-year home on King Street near the Delta, and they bought a new home up in Ward 11 in Glanbrook, and they're looking forward to working closely with Councillor Mark Tattison. And secondly, Mayor Horvath, I'm just giving a little, like a movie premiere preview. Broughton East Park, my oldest file of 10 years, has come to a successful conclusion. All I'm waiting for before I tell you the entire story at a future meeting to come is I'm just waiting for City Solicitor Shields and her team to wrap up their due diligence on land registry. So I don't want to jinx anything because 10 years, I don't want to stumble at the 1 yard line getting into the end zone. But this is an amazing win-win-win story, and I'm delighted to share it, hopefully, at a meeting forthcoming. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Now you have us all on tenterhooks waiting for the big announcement. Thank you. We now have Councillor Spadafora, and then Councillor Francis, and then Councillor Kassar, just so I don't, shock anybody that it's their turn. So, Councillor Spadafora, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple comments from me. First, congratulations to the Interville House. I think they broke their record from last year's Drives for Lives golf tournament and were able to raise, I think, the most money they've ever raised at that tournament. So congratulations to Sue Taylor and her team, and continued success on the great work that they do at the Interville House. Second thing I'd like to mention, in about 9 days, it's the 20th anniversary of Idlewild Manor, one of the retirement homes in Ward 14. So looking forward to attending that one, as I did the St. Peter's one earlier this year. Thought I'd mention that it's Italian Heritage Month. Just so happens that I got an Italian last name, so I thought I'd throw that out there. The European Cup starts, in case anybody's wondering. Italy is playing Saturday, 3 o'clock. It's being live streamed at the new Italian Cultural Center, which I believe is in Ward 7. The Sons of and Daughters of Italy is live streaming both games on that day for the community. So hoping to stop by and cheer on the Italians. Last thing, and I guess this one is similar to Councillor Wilson, less happy and more disappointing that last week we had a shooting in Ward 14. And I just wanted to thank HPS Deputy Chief Diodati, who was very helpful for me to be able to keep in communication with them. The shooting happened directly across the street from People's Church Daycare. It put a lot of parents in very, very, very difficult positions. They didn't want to bring their kids. You can understand that, but that also causes difficulties with their everyday life, going to work, trying to provide for their families. So I just wanted to shout out to all the police officers involved. And again, Deputy Chief Diodati, who was able, upon my request, to try to encourage some of his officers to be in the area more on the Friday morning. And they were able to have the mounted unit there, which engaged with the students outside from the daycare and sort of, took their mind off the bad guys and more onto the good guys. So I thank them for that. And last but not least, and it kind of ties in, we are having a town hall on Monday, June 17th, with Chief Bergen and his leadership team in regards to Ward 14. And I think it's unfortunately, the timing's good with what has transpired over the last week. So on that note, that's good for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. We recently had the reenactment of the Battle of Stony Creek in Ward 5 on the first weekend in June, and it's been the case for the last nearly 50 years. This was a perfect weekend. From the second edition of the Indigenous lacrosse game to the battle reenactment itself to the incredible fireworks display, and from what I've been told, another record attendance, bringing thousands of people to the downtown Stony Creek BIA, spending time and money in our community and our local economy and supporting our small businesses in our Legion. It was much appreciated, and none of this could have been accomplished without the reenactors who make the trek from all over Ontario and the United States to be here all weekend, making the event special, as well as the hardworking volunteers and city park staff, Hamilton Civic Museum staff, Hamilton Cemetery staff. I want to give a special thank you to Cemetery Chronicles, which is organized by Pat Gallagher and assisted by Alicia Gallagher. This was a great addition to the weekend's festivities, and I appreciate all of their hard work. And it doesn't go unnoticed, the hard work that goes and gets put into the weekend's event, from staff to volunteers, and pulling it off successfully one year after another. So that's much appreciated. And I also want to give a thank you to Councillor Beatty for coming out and dressing up very fashionably beside me in 1800s style gear and fighting together with me for the British this time. And there's some fun videos on social media recapping the day's event, including the most terrifying video of all of Councillor Wang firing a musket. So go check that out.
Oh, I regret that I couldn't make it this time. Awesome. Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Francis. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
No muskets around here, by the way. No muskets around the council chambers.
Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. Just a couple quick items. This Saturday is the 45th Heritage Days in Ancaster, which includes the parade, and for the second year in a row, the Ward 12 team will be on electric scooters. Of course, there are no electric scooters available for the public in Ward 12 yet, but we're borrowing 3 for a couple hours, so we'll be there. And in addition, there's a soapbox derby, Kids World. There's also concerts. If I can put a plug in, my son's band's actually playing at 2 o'clock behind the Ancaster Memorial Arts Center. If you're going to come wear earplugs, they're loud. So it's going to be a fun day. It's 45 years in running. And then secondly, on a more somber note, just to follow up on a couple items that were mentioned, I was actually cycling up the Shidok Trail last Thursday after Bike Day and encountered the police who had closed Shidok Trail because of the incident that Councillor Spatafora mentioned. So, thank you for HPS for the diligent work there. I know that was many hours it was closed. But to tie it back to what Councillor Alex Wilson was talking about, I took a detour instead of using that great resource that the community has to ride safely without any cars around. I detoured through busy streets, and although I did not encounter any aggressive driving at that point in time on that day, I have experienced dangerous incidents, nothing like what Councillor Alex Wilson was talking about. So I just want to go on the record to fully condemn aggressive driving of that nature. Not all of us have a car to get around. I share a car with my wife, and I'm not able to use a vehicle to get here. I enjoy cycling, and all of us that do, whether it's recreationally or for commuting, should be able to do so safely without, violent intent from others. So again, totally condemn the aggressive driving that we've witnessed around Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Your Worship. The most exciting thing I did this week was plant corn with my 2.5-year-old grandson in the backyard yesterday, and he's promised that 3 times a week he'll water the corn and make sure it grows to be big and strong like Grandpa, right? He says. So we'll see. On Friday at the Legion, there's the Red Days event, which is an acknowledgement of all those who, over the years, were called to serve. It's a supplement to the celebration of the 80th anniversary that recently took place at the Legion as well. By the way, the 80th anniversary of D-Day was also the 56th anniversary of Bobby Kennedy's assassination and death, which touches my heart every time we hit that date for several reasons. A Rib Fest is coming up on the Canada Day weekend, where 25 to 30,000 people will descend on Memorial Park in Waterdown, and always a big event put on by the Rotary. They raise a lot of money for community events. What else? The on the 21st of this month, the Sol Harrison Trail will be rededicated by the Lieutenant Governor, and several of our Indigenous leaders will be there to do that, and that'd be a big event. And then I learned something today that I should never forget from Councillor Danko and Jackson and others about the importance of saying thank you. And he had an exhaustive list. I want to echo that list and thank everybody who did a lot of work on that very important issue. I want to add to that list, be appropriate to thank Environment Hamilton, who was the original group who suggested that working farms be considered for exemption. The 600 plus agricultural individuals who came out to several meetings to share their concerns, the 4 agricultural people who actually presented at council. I found that very instructive. The Minister of Ag and Food, who wrote to us on a couple of occasions. And of course, the Chamber that has also raised some concerns, which I'm sure we'll follow up on in terms of making sure we engage them. So those are things I want to share. A lot of people were very engaged in the rural community trying to pull people together, and it doesn't always work out the way everybody wants, but we're doing the best we can. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see any further statement by member requests on my list, and so thank you everybody for sharing, and we'll move on then to the next item on our agenda, which is council communication updates. May 17th, 2024 to June 6th, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive the council communication update listing?
Yes, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Francis, that the listing of the council communication updates from May 17th to June 6th be received.
Thanks very much. I don't see anybody interested in speaking to, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Apologies. When are the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Awards? We're getting, the community release says Friday, other information says Thursday. Yeah, I thought it was tomorrow, just the communication item in front of us says they're on Friday, and I just wanted to ensure they are tomorrow. I'm seeing
Okay,
nods,
well,
yeah?
there's a bit of a kerfuffle. So the communications you're suggesting is inaccurate, is that right? Which one particularly?
The Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, just seeking confirmation if anyone's watching or hoping to go when that acts, just rather than focusing on what the year is or whatever, just what's the date of those awards if we have that. I think hearing from folks it's tomorrow, that's my understanding as well.
Okay, that's
all I was looking for, and I just want to say congratulations to all the folks who will be receiving awards. Excited to be there with you once we've confirmed that.
Yeah, it does say in the report, Bridgeworks on Thursday, Hamilton Bridgeworks on Thursday, June 13th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m.
That's when I'll be there, and really excited to be celebrating with everyone else.
Okay, great. Just so folks know, that's the appropriate time for this really great event. Thank you for raising that, Councillor Wilson. Any further comments on the communications updates? No? Okay. Seeing none then, can we indicate our votes on the communications updates as presented? Oh, sorry. Councillor Taddison is prepared to second. Thanks, Councillor Wang and Councillor Taddison. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Okay. We have private and confidential next, so we'll dispose of the minutes unless there's something that arises that folks would like to talk about in camera. It doesn't look like that's the case. So can I have a motion then to approve the closed session minutes of the May 22nd, 2024 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor Gazzar, seconded by Councillor Taddison. All those in favor, cast your votes, please. And we'll get moving here. Whoops. And that carries 13-0. So I need a motion as well to permit Bryson Tan, Shannon Parker, and Andy Potter, and Kristen Davies of Deloitte LLP to attend the closed session portion of the meeting. Can I get that motion, please? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. I don't see any discussion, so we'll go to the vote. Thank you. And that carries 13-0. Thank you. May I please have a motion then to move into closed session to consider item 11.2 pursuant to section 9.3 subsection A of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended and section 239.2 subsection A of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains to the security of the property of the city or a local board. Can we please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Gazzar. And that carries 12-0. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion when you see the members of council rejoin the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So folks who are not required at this in-camera session can please recuse themselves, and we will begin the meeting when the clerks identify that we're ready. We're ready? Okay. Okay, members of council, we're now back in open session. Please ensure you're back in the open portal of eScribe. We'll wait for a few more minutes, but I think we're actually ready to go. So folks have probably joined back online. We have media has rejoined the meeting, and so we're going to now go to 11.2, which is the update on a cybersecurity incident. May I have a motion to receive the update and maintain the confidentiality of this matter? Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Please indicate your vote. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Bylaws and confirming bylaws. Next, Councillor Wang, may I please have the motion on the bills?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ted McMeekin, that bills number 24-079 to number 24-090 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows.
Okay, thanks very much. Any discussion on the bills? Seeing none. We'll go to the vote then on the bills. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much. The final motion of the day is the motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Taddison, second by Councillor Spatafora, on the motion to adjourn. Councillor McMeekin has a thumbs up as he exits the chamber. Thank you. That carries 13-0. Much appreciated.